Hello friends, it's Fox. Welcome back to another night of shared stories and adventures. So settle in, get cozy, and let the magic begin. And if you'd like a way to support the channel, check out my Patreon, where you can get access to a Spotify playlist of all my videos. I'm very excited to share tonight's history and stories with you. As somebody who adores the mummy films and grew up watching them, I can gladly tell you you're in for a delightful and sleepy adventure. And if you've never seen the films, don't fret, for the lands of the sand are captivating to all. Tonight, we embark on a journey to the magnificent realm of ancient Egypt, where the majesty of pyramids and the splendor of pharaohs beckon us to explore tales of wonder and mystery. So let these stories transport you to a world where gods walked among mortals and the sands of time hold the secrets of eternity. But before we get started on the stories, let's take a moment to just relax and unwind. Find a comfortable place to sit or lie down where you can feel completely at ease. Gently close your eyes and enjoy a moment to simply be. Take a slow, deep breath in, feeling the air fill your lungs, and then release it slowly, letting go of any tension with each exhalation. Feel your body relax further, your shoulders, your arms, your legs, all becoming wonderfully weightless. As we begin to unwind, let's delve into the rich and fascinating history of ancient Egypt. You're standing at the edge of the mighty Nile, feeling the warm breeze and hearing the distant murmur of life from the ancient cities. In the distance, the awe-inspiring pyramids of Giza stand tall, their golden stones glowing under the sun's embrace. These pyramids are not just structures, they are the keys to a world long past, filled with mystery, power, and divine purpose. Let's start our journey around 2700 BCE, during the time of the Pharaohs. The pyramids were constructed. It was a remarkable feat of engineering that continues to inspire wonder, even now. These were no ordinary tombs. They were eternal homes for the pharaohs, built to last forever. Picture the vast workforce of laborers, craftsmen, and architects, all working in unison, carving and hauling enormous blocks of limestone with simple tools yet precise skill. Why did they build these colossal monuments? Well, they were designed to help the pharaohs join the gods in the afterlife, particularly the sun god Ra. The pyramid's pointed shape was symbolic of the sun's rays guiding the departed king's soul to the heavens. Each stone, each chamber, had a purpose, aligning with celestial bodies, safeguarding treasures, and housing the sacred texts needed for the journey beyond. To understand the sheer magnitude of these structures, consider the Great Pyramid. It originally stood at 146 meters, the tallest man-made structure in the world for over thousands of years. Each of its estimated 2.3 million limestone blocks weighs an average of 2.5 tons, with some weighing as much as 80 tons. The precision with which these stones were cut and placed is astounding, with joints so tight that not even a blade of grass could fit between them. Inside, a series of passageways and chambers were meticulously designed, The king's chamber, located at the heart of the pyramid, housed the pharaoh's sarcophagus and was surrounded by valuable items intended to accompany him into the afterlife. The layout of the chambers and the alignment of the pyramid itself, with the cardinal points and certain constellations, really speak to the Egyptians' sophisticated understanding of astronomy and their desire to harmonize their earthly and divine worlds. Now let's talk a little bit about the pharaohs. They were considered by their people to be divine rulers walking the earth, seen as gods in human form. Upon death, they were believed to become one with Osiris, the god of the afterlife. Picture Tutankhamun, the boy king, whose tomb was found brimming with treasures and mysteries. His golden mask, a visage of serene eternity, still mesmerizes us today. These treasures weren't just mere opulence. They were essential for the pharaoh's journey through the underworld. The history of the pharaohs stretches back over 3,000 years, with each dynasty adding its own layer to Egypt's rich legacy. Consider the mighty Ramses II, often regarded as one of the greatest pharaohs. Known as Ramses the Great, he ruled for 66 years during the 13th century and was celebrated as a prolific builder, commissioning temples, statues, and monuments that still stand today. His reign was marked by military campaigns, monumental construction projects, and a focus on the deification of the pharaoh. Ramses' legacy is visible in the temples of Abu Simbel, which were carved out of solid rock and designed to align with the sun's rays, illuminating the inner sanctum twice a year in a dramatic display of his divine power. Mummification was central to this belief, the intricate process of preserving a body for eternity. Skilled embalmers worked carefully, using resins, oils, and linen wrappings. This wasn't just to keep the body intact, but to ensure that the Ka, the life force, and Ba, the personality, could reunite after death. The tombs, filled with amulets, food, and even games, were miniature worlds designed to comfort and sustain the soul. Now let's wander into the temples, where the scent of incense lingers in the air, and the chants of priests resonate through the halls. The ancient Egyptians lived in a world where the divine was always close at hand. They believed in Ma'at, the principle of truth, balance, and order. Every daily ritual, every grand ceremony was an act to uphold Ma'at and prevent chaos. The temples themselves were marvels of architecture, designed to reflect the cosmos and house the gods. Imagine the grandeur of Karnak Temple, the largest religious building ever constructed, spanning over 200 acres. This temple complex was dedicated to Ra and was a vibrant center of worship and pilgrimage. The hypostyle hall, with its forest of towering columns, each intricately carved with hieroglyphs and scenes of worship, is proof of the Egyptians' devotion and their belief in the gods' omnipresence. These sacred spaces, aside from being places of worship, were also centers of learning, where priests studied astronomy, medicine, and the secrets of the afterlife. Can you hear the hymns sung to the gods during daily offerings? Priests presented food, drink, and incense to the statues of deities, invoking their presence and blessings. Festivals, grand and joyous, brought communities together. Picture the Opet festival in Thebes, a celebration filled with processions, lavish feasts, and reenactments of divine myths. And then there's magic, Heka, a force that the Egyptians believed could shape the world. The power of a spell whispered in the stillness of night, or an amulet worn to ward off evil. The goddess Isis, with her knowledge of magic, was often invoked for protection and healing. Magic wasn't just for the elite, it permeated every level of society as a vital part of their daily lives. Egyptian mythology is like a river flowing through the heart of their civilization. It explained the world, reinforced social norms, and provided moral guidance. Myths of gods like Ra, Osiris, and Isis were depicted in art and literature, ensuring their stories endured through the ages. The pharaoh's reign was a divine mandate, given that they were seen as the earthly form of the god Horus. Their victories and achievements were portrayed as fulfilling the will of the gods, maintaining Ma'at, and protecting the land from chaos. Cult practices, especially those honoring Osiris, involved elaborate ceremonies to ensure the deceased's safe passage to the afterlife. The Book of the Dead, a collection of spells and incantations, was a guide through the underworld's challenges. Ancient Egypt's legacy is a symphony of grandeur, spirituality, and profound belief in the afterlife. With each breath, you are drawn deeper into this magical time. Feel your heart rate slow, matching the rhythm of the natural world around you. Now, fully immersed in this civilization, you're ready for the stories yet to unfold. In the realm of the pharaohs and their gods. The vast Egyptian desert stretched endlessly, its golden dunes undulating like a frozen ocean under the relentless sun. Amidst this barren landscape, a small camp had been set up, a few miles north of Cairo. A faint breeze cut across the sweltering heat, carrying with it the scent of sand and the faintest hint of exotic spices from distant markets. Dr. Ethan Reed was a tall and wiry professor in his late 30s, with calculating green eyes and a perpetual 5 o'clock shadow. He was now huddled over a worn map, spread out on a wooden crate. His weathered hat shaded his intense gaze as he traced the lines with a finger, lost in thought. He wore a faded leather jacket, its pockets bulging with tools and ancient trinkets, and a scarf to protect against the desert's harsh winds. Across from him, Dr. Ava Sterling, a striking woman with an air of confidence, was meticulously cataloguing their supplies. Her long auburn hair was tied back in braid, and her sharp eyes sparkled with curiosity. Ava was a renowned linguist in her field for her unparalleled skill in deciphering ancient languages, a talent that had brought her to the farthest corners of the globe. She was dressed in her usual outfit for these sort of expeditions. a pair of army green cargo pants, sturdy boots, and a lightweight blouse to stave off the heat. She took a sip from her water canteen, gazing at the setting sun and reminiscing on how they got here. Their journey had begun months earlier, when Ethan, during his research at the British Library, had stumbled upon an ancient manuscript. The scroll, hidden in the depths of the archives, was unlike anything he'd ever seen. The symbols and language were foreign, even to someone as experienced as him. With no luck making heads nor tails of it, he had rushed to Ava's office, his heart pounding with excitement. He'd barged in with a boyish grin on his face, waving away her protest that she had a seminar to attend to. "But Ava, you have to see this," he had said urgently, laying the manuscript on her cluttered desk. "I think I've found something incredible." Ava had leaned in, her interest piqued. As her eyes scanned the text, a slow smile spread across her face. "Ethan, this could be the discovery of the century." Ava carefully studied the manuscript again, her fingers tracing and tapping the intricate symbols. "Look here, at these markings," she began. "They're a hybrid of traditional hieroglyphics and something far older. For example, this character looks like a standard hieroglyph, but it's merged with this proto-script used by pre-dynastic cultures." Ethan rubbed his cheek, blinking slowly. "So it's a blend of languages then?" "Exactly," Ava replied, leaning back in her chair. "This text was created by a group that had access to very ancient knowledge. They probably combined these scripts to conceal their secrets from anyone who didn't possess the same level of understanding." Ava had spent weeks cross-referencing the symbols with her extensive library of ancient texts. She realized that the manuscript contained directions to an uncharted pyramid hidden beneath centuries of shifting sands. It spoke of a structure that appeared only during a specific celestial alignment, a pyramid erased from history. The two scholars had immediately set to work in total secret. They'd agreed not to share this early discovery with any of their peers. Not quite yet. The last thing they wanted, of course, was to be a laughingstock among their fellow academics for going on a wild goose chase. Now, here they were, on the brink of a discovery that could rewrite history. The Mediterranean sun began its descent, casting its serene shadows across the desert floor. The heat of the day gave way to the coolness of evening, and the anticipation was palpable. Ethan glanced up from the map, his pipe clenched between his teeth. "Everything points to this spot," he said, glancing expectantly around the area. "Nothing to do but wait now, I guess." Ava walked over, binoculars in hand. "You know, smoking that pipe is an awful habit," she teased, her voice light despite the disapproving tone. Ethan chuckled, taking a deep draw before exhaling a plume of smoke. "I'll quit when we find this pyramid." As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky transformed into a canvas of deep purples and blues. Ava raised her binoculars, scanning the desert with a practiced eye. "The alignment should begin soon," she murmured, adjusting the focus. Slowly, the moon began to rise, its silver light bathing the landscape. The alignment was subtle at first, just a shift in the stars that most would overlook. But to them, it was everything. The sands seemed to stir, snaking in a pattern that defied the natural order. "There," Ava exclaimed, pointing excitedly. "Do you see it?" Ethan squinted into the distance. At first, he saw nothing but sand and shadows. Then, gradually, an outline began to emerge. A massive structure, its edges sharp against the moonlit sky, rose from the desert floor, as if summoned by some ancient magic. It did so in complete silence, and yet the marvel of it echoed across the entire skyline. "It's real," Ethan whispered, awestruck, nearly sinking to his knees. The Pyramid of Shadows. The two adventurers quickly gathered their gear, their minds racing. They approached the pyramid cautiously. It was even bigger up close, and the massive stone blocks that formed its exterior glowed eerily in the moonlight. Ava ran her fingers over the ancient carvings that adorned the entrance, quickly glancing back at her companion. "These markings, they tell a story," she said, her voice hushed with reverence. Ethan peered closer, inspecting the runes. "What do they say?" Ava pulled out her notebook and drew the symbols carefully, her expression thoughtful. "These are protective runes, intended to ward off intruders. They invoke the power of their god of darkness to guard the secrets within." But here, she pointed to a series of intertwined symbols. "These suggest a hidden key or mechanism of some sorts." The priests here were incredibly meticulous. They encoded layers inside this pyramid to ensure only the worthy could enter the inner sanctum. Ethan nodded, feeling the weight of their discovery. "Looks like I'll be quitting smoking after all," he said, half jokingly, pushing open the heavy stone door. The air inside was damp and cool, a stark contrast to the desert heat. As they stepped into the darkness, they lit their torches, watching as the path ahead seemed to dip down slightly. The pyramid seemed to hum with a silent energy, as if aware of their presence. Absurd as it seemed, the professor could have sworn that there were eyes watching them from behind the walls. "Stay close," Ethan said, his voice echoing in the narrow corridor. "We have no idea what we might find in here." But Ava was busy looking over her shoulder. Her brow was furrowed and her eyes darted back and forth, straining to look into the darkness. "Sorry, I just thought I saw... Never mind." She shook her head and followed Ethan forward. They pressed on, navigating the narrow passages that twisted and turned like a maze. The walls seemed to close in around them, the air growing colder, yet somehow oppressively humid with each step. As they crept through a particularly narrow walkway, Ava felt her legs grow heavy with fatigue. "Hey, can we take a quick break?" she asked, her voice weary. "I just need 5 minutes." Ethan nodded, kneeling down and wiping his brow. Ava set her backpack down on the floor and leaned against the wall to catch her breath. Suddenly, a series of mechanisms clicked into motion with a subtle hiss. Ava tried to kick her backpack off of the pressure plate, but it was too late. Arrows shot out from the opposite end of the hallway, whistling through the air. One of them flew through Ethan's hat, taking it clean off his head and pinning it to the wall behind him. His heart pounded in his chest as he stared at his hat, and he gulped slowly. Ava had her hands clapped to her mouth, whispering shocked apologies, her eyes wide with fear. They both looked at each other, the realization dawning on them that the stakes were much higher than either of them had thought. They moved more cautiously, every step a calculated risk. The passages were now filled with pressure plates of various sizes, cleverly disguised as ordinary stepping stones and false floors that would have sent them plummeting into unseen spiked pits. At last, they reached a massive cavernous chamber with walls covered in hieroglyphics and strange symbols. Ava studied them intently, pacing back and forth, mulling them over in her head. She noticed the depth of the symbols, how they were raised slightly, protruding off the wall. "It's a puzzle," she said. "If we align these symbols properly, my guess is something's going to happen." Ethan joined her, rolling up his sleeves as his analytical mind worked through the patterns. "Let's see. This symbol here looks like a sun, and this one could represent the moon. If we line them up based on their celestial positions..." He trailed off. Ava nodded, her mind racing. "Right, and these others could be the planets. We need to arrange them in the same order they would appear during the celestial alignment." They worked together, shifting the symbols into place. The room filled with the soft sound of stone scraping against stone. With a final, satisfying click, the symbols locked into position, and a deep rumbling filled the chamber. Slowly, the stone wall in front of them began to move, sliding to the side and revealing a dark passage beyond. Dust and debris fell from the ceiling, stinging their eyes. Ethan held his torch up higher, peering down into the passageway. "Ladies first," he joked, smiling weakly at Ava. She raised an amused eyebrow before nudging him ahead. It was a singular, narrow path at first, but the deeper they went, the more it started to branch out. Corridors began to loop around themselves, while some simply led to a dead end. All the while, an incessant, persistent feeling gnawed at them. They couldn't shake the sensation that somehow they weren't alone. Strange, dissonant whispers traveled down long passageways, and sometimes they could hear the patter of quick, light footsteps, even when they were standing completely still. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Ethan saw a small, misshapen figure dart past around a corner. "Did you see that?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. Ava nodded, her face pale as a ghost. "What was it?" "I don't know. Maybe a trick of the light." "Yeah, that's probably it," Ethan mumbled, sounding a lot less confident than he would have liked. Finally, after what felt like hours of aimless wandering, they emerged into an ancient antechamber. The professor glanced at his watch, but it had stopped working. That's odd, he thought to himself, jiggling his wrist. But regardless, he knew it had been at least a few hours since they'd entered the pyramid. Let's set up camp here for the night. We need to get our bearings, he said, sighing with relief as he set down the heavy travel pack. Ethan unfolded a small, worn blanket and laid it on the cold stone floor, trying to have a semblance of comfort in the harsh surroundings. Ava, her body aching from the day's tension, carefully arranged her backpack as a makeshift pillow. She leaned back and glanced around, her eyes fixating on the strange idols and carvings that adorned the chamber. As Ethan closed his eyes, Ava's curiosity began to override her fatigue. She reached for one of the idols, a small figure carved from dark stone. Its features were grotesque and unsettling, a twisted representation of some long-forgotten deity. She picked up another idol and turned it over in her hands. "Look at this one," she said, sitting up suddenly. Ethan jolted awake, groaning. "Can we please have one moment without ancient horrors?" Ava chuckled softly, but shook him excitedly. "Sorry, but this stuff is fascinating." Ethan sighed, rubbing his eyes. "All right, what did you find?" She showed him the idol, pointing to a series of intricate carvings along its base. She traced the lines, feeling for any irregularities. Her fingers pressed against a small hidden button. There was a soft snap, and a tiny compartment in the base of the idol sprang open. Inside was a rolled-up scroll, ancient and delicate. Ethan leaned in, now fully awake. By the light of their lamps, they unrolled the paper. The parchment was covered in small symbols and detailed illustrations. One of the drawings depicted a kind of ceremony, with robed acolytes surrounding a central figure, dressed in a strange, elaborate hood, and standing before a massive stone door. Ava's eyes flitted across the text, trying to decipher the ancient script. "These are the rituals of a cult," she said, her voice tinged with disbelief. "It speaks of a gateway to the underworld and the entombment of their high priest." Ethan blinked in quick succession, looking confused. "What was that about a high priest?" Ava continued to read, her pupils widening with each line. "He was buried alive to protect the secrets within this pyramid. The cult believed his spirit would guard the gateway and stop anyone from interrupting the summoning ritual." Ethan lay back down, looking skeptically at the stone ceiling. "A gateway to the underworld? Really? Sounds like something out of a horror book." He turned onto his side to face Ava and continued. "But after what we saw earlier, I don't know. I'm not taking any chances. Try and get some shut-eye. Tomorrow, we'll look for the final resting place of this high priest." The cryptic message had left them with more questions than answers. But eventually, they drifted into a light sleep. their dreams filled with unsettling images of hunched figures and twisted rituals. A few hours passed by, and a faint, rhythmic sound began to echo through the chamber. Ava's heart skipped a beat as she came to. The sound grew louder, a steady thumping that reverberated through the stone walls. She nudged Ethan awake, her eyes wide with alarm. "Do you hear that?" she whispered. Ethan groggily sat up, and before he could fully process the sound, the ground beneath them trembled. The thumping grew more pronounced, as if a giant heart was beating deep within the pyramid. The walls seemed to pulse with an unknown energy, and a low, guttural chant began to fill the air. Ava and Ethan scrambled to their feet, swinging their lanterns around wildly. The chant grew louder, a chorus of ghostly voices coming from every direction. "We need to move now," Ethan said, grabbing their gear quickly. They stumbled through the narrow passageways, the walls closing in around them as the pyramid seemed to come alive. As they turned a corner, they came face to face with a massive stone door. It would have looked like part of the wall were it not for the fact that the door was ajar, and a faint, sickly green light seeped through the crack. Ethan and Ava exchanged a wary glance before pushing it open and stepping inside. The chamber beyond was vast, its ceiling lost in shadow. In the center stood a stone altar, surrounded by towering statues of horrid, fantastical beings. The smell of incense and decay assaulted their senses, and the chanting seemed to vibrate within their very bones. On the altar lay a sarcophagus, its surface peppered with the same intricate carvings they had seen throughout the pyramid. Ava approached the sarcophagus, her hands trembling. "This must be the high priest," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the chant. With a deep breath, they both grasped the edge of the lid and heaved it open. Inside lay the mummified remains of a man, his face obscured by an elaborate headdress. In his skeletal hands, he was clutching a crystalline object, glowing with a pulsing, ethereal light. Ethan reached out to touch the crystal, but as his fingers brushed against it, a shockwave of energy rippled through the chamber. The chanting ceased immediately, replaced by an even scarier silence. The statues seemed to come to life, their eyes glowing with a pale white light. Ava backed away, her heart pounding. What have we done? As they stared at the glowing crystal, the room began to distort. The walls shimmered, and the atmosphere had an almost tangible darkness. Shadows writhed and twisted, forming into ghostly figures that seemed to float towards them. Dazed and terrified, the pair streaked back through the chamber, out of the door, and across the maze-like passageways. A disturbing hum buzzed in their ears, as if some long-forgotten language was being spoken to them. They lost count of the turns they took, and how many times they had stumbled in panic. But eventually, they leapt through the pyramid entrance and fell upon the cool desert sand, bathed in the glow of the moon. Ethan coughed and lay on his back, holding the amulet with the crystal in one hand and his chest with the other. Ava was panting heavily, watching as the sands swallowed the pyramid once more. Shaken and exhausted, they trudged back to their desert outpost, half laughing at their narrow escape. Back at the camp, Ethan unpacked his portable lab equipment, carefully placing the crystal under a series of tests. He set up a rudimentary electrical apparatus made of copper wires, a hand-cranked generator, and a series of galvanometers to measure any electrical activity from the crystal. There has to be some kind of explanation for this, he mused, ever the academic. Ava sat on a trunk nearby, deep in thought, as she traced shapes in the sand. Maybe it's some kind of ancient technology, or has chemical properties we just haven't come across before. Ethan began cranking the generator, and the crystal started to emit a faint glow. The galvanometer's needles flickered to life, registering a low-frequency electromagnetic field. "Come look at this," he called out, pointing to the instruments. Ava stood up and dusted the sand off her hands. Electromagnetic field. Well, that explains the hallucinations. And strange sounds, Ethan continued. It gets more interesting. The crystal's structure, even under a simple microscope, is unlike anything I've seen. I know it sounds far-fetched, but it's as if it was engineered. Whoever created this had advanced knowledge of both chemistry and physics. Ava leaned against the tent pole, pondering. So the cult that built the pyramid, they weren't just primitive worshippers. They had access to advanced technology. But how? And why bury it with their high priest? Ethan's eyes widened. Maybe the high priest wasn't just a religious figure. He could have been a scientist or a guardian of this technology. As they discussed their findings, a sudden realization hit Ava. Of course, the celestial alignment. What if the crystal's power is tied to the positions of the stars and planets? That could explain why the pyramid only appeared during certain times, like tonight. Ethan nodded, pacing back and forth restlessly. That makes sense. The electromagnetic field would be amplified by the alignment. The cult back then must have used this to their advantage, causing mass visions and believing themselves to be heralds of divinity. With this new understanding, Ethan and Ava documented everything in their leather-bound journals. Their discovery could rewrite history, showing that ancient civilizations might have had access to advanced technology far beyond what was previously believed. The two traveled back to the consulate in Cairo, bouncing over desert dunes in their Model T Ford, forever changed by their adventure. But unbeknownst to them, somewhere deep beneath the sands, a small, ancient creature stood before the defiled sarcophagus. Its beady eyes raged with anger at the blasphemous theft of the holy heart of Anubis. Thebes was a city alive with color and sound as the sun began its descent. casting a golden hue over the sandstone buildings and the sprawling marketplace. Stalls overflowing with brightly dyed fabrics and glittering jewelry competed for attention. The sharp tang of citrus hung in the breeze as farmers proudly displayed their produce. Vendors enticed passers-by with calls of their rare and exotic goods, their voices standing out against the backdrop of bartering customers. In the middle of all this chaos, a young boy named Darius navigated the crowded marketplace with the ease of someone much older. His dark hair and eyes helped him to blend seamlessly with the throng, his lithe form slipping through gaps like a wisp of smoke. He moved with the grace of a cat, his bare feet silent on the warm stones. Darius peeked from behind a fruit cart as he scanned the market. His target was a well-dressed and rather large-bellied merchant, flaunting his wealth with every step, a heavy coin pouch sagging from his belt. With an innocence that only youth could feign, Darius approached, feigning a stumble as he bumped into the merchant, just hard enough to distract him. In a flash, the coin pouch was in the young boy's hand, and he melted back into the crowd. Before the merchant could even realize what had happened. As dusk settled over Thebes, the marketplace began to empty, the bustling energy giving way to a quieter, more subdued atmosphere. Darius made his way to a secluded alley, finding refuge under a flickering torch whose embers were slowly dying. He crouched down, counting his spoils, gleefully thinking of all the bread and toys this sum would fetch him. He was so engrossed in his task that he didn't notice the figure watching him from the shadows. "Impressive work," a voice said, calm and measured. Darius looked up, startled but wary. A hooded figure stepped into the dim light, revealing a face marked by years of experience and a keen, intelligent gaze. His skin was weathered by the sun, and his eyes were the color of the Nile, deep and watchful. A thin scar ran from his left temple to his jawline, which would have given him a fearsome aura were it not for his amused smile. Who are you?" Darius stammered, his hands slipping down to the small makeshift dagger at his waist. The man lowered his hood, revealing short, greying hair. "I am Horus, and I am sworn to the Serpent's Veil. We see everything, even the unnoticed talents of a young thief." Darius hesitated, but something in Horus's eyes spoke of opportunity and a life beyond mere scavenging. "What do you want with me?" "To offer you a path," Horus replied, his voice steady and inviting. "The skills you have can be sharpened and used for a greater purpose. Join us, and you may find more than just survival. You may find a destiny." The young boy accepted, and little did he know just how much life would change. Under the guidance of Horus and the other members of the Serpent's Veil, Darius trained in the arts of stealth, combat, and strategy. Each day brought new challenges and lessons, pushing him to the limits of his abilities. He learned to move silently, strike swiftly, and think several steps ahead of his opponents. The training grounds of the Serpent's Veil were hidden deep within the desert, far from prying eyes. Here, among the towering sand dunes and rocky outcrops, Darius honed his skills. The hot sun beat down on him as he sparred with other recruits, his muscles and mind aching from the relentless exercises. He practiced climbing and leaping from the crumbling ruins of ancient structures, his fingers gripping the rough stone as he pulled himself up. At night, by the light of lit braziers, he studied ancient texts on tactics and philosophy, the scent of papyrus and ink filling the cool night air. Horus was a stern but fair mentor, his instructions always precise and clear. "You must become one with the shadows, Darius," he would say, his voice carrying the weight of experience. "Your movements should be silent, your presence unnoticed. Only then will you truly understand the essence of our order." Darius took these lessons to heart, eager to prove himself, to don the mantle of the Brotherhood. Soon he was old enough to carry out important tasks for the Order. He would sometimes wake in the morning, only to find a sealed missive with a single name. His missions took him across Egypt, from the bustling markets of Alexandria, where he navigated narrow alleyways, and leaped across rooftops to the sun-scorched deserts of Nubia, where he tracked his targets across vast, barren landscapes. It would take months sometimes. He would make friends, allies, contacts. He was never sure what to call them, really. But eventually he would have to leave, severing all ties and move on to the next mark. But the task before him now was unlike any he had faced before. The Serpent's Veil's hidden stronghold was a place of secrets and shadows carved into the side of a remote desert canyon. It was here, in a dimly lit chamber, deep within the heart of the stronghold, that the leaders of the Brotherhood had gathered to discuss a mission of great importance. Darius stood before them, his back straight and his expression serious. Some incense burned nearby, creating a heady mixture that clung to his senses and bathed the chamber in an ethereal haze. Horus stood at the head of the table, his face grave, as he addressed the assembled members. "Our spies in Thebes bear grave news. Pharaoh Khafre has unearthed a relic of great power, the Book of the Dead. This tome is said to contain the secrets of life and death, the very key to immortality. Should Khafre harness its power, he will cast a shadow over Egypt that none will be able to lift." Murmurs of concern rippled through the chamber, but Darius remained silent, recalling the cruel punishments that a poor young thief like him had faced under Khafre's rule and his merciless guards. "It falls to you to retrieve this book," Horus continued, his eyes locking onto Darius. "You must slip into the heart of the Pharaoh's palace, find the book, and return it to us. The fate of Egypt may well rest on your shoulders." Darius nodded, understanding the gravity of the task before him. "I will not fail," he vowed, though his heart was much less sure. After the meeting, he retreated to his quarters to prepare. The room was sparsely furnished, with a simple bed, a wooden chest, and a small altar to Bastet, the goddess of home. He knelt before the altar, offering a silent prayer for guidance and protection. He packed his daggers and donned the dark, hooded cloak that marked him as a member of the Serpent's Veil. The fabric was lightweight but durable, designed to protect him from the elements, but more importantly, from the prying eyes of people. The journey to Thebes was a harsh ordeal, the hot desert winds whipping at his cloak as he navigated the shifting sands. He traveled by night, the cool darkness providing some relief from the scorching heat of the day. As he traveled, his thoughts turned to Nefret, a former palace servant who had become a trusted ally, and in some ways his only friend. He remembered the day they met vividly. During a mission several years ago, Darius had saved her from a band of mercenaries. She had been carrying expensive fabrics from the market back to her mistress's home, and the armed men had mistaken her for a wealthy noblewoman who had riches to rob and coin to steal from. Grateful and indebted, Nefret vowed to be Darius's eyes and ears, wherever he might need them. Now, with the mission looming ahead, he knew it was time to call in that favor and ask for Nefret's help to navigate the treacherous halls of the palace. When he finally arrived at the outskirts, the city was bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. The towering walls of the Pharaoh's palace loomed in the distance, a dark silhouette against the night sky. Darius took a moment to gather his thoughts. Gently patting his horse after the rough trek and feeding him a handful of dates, he knew that Nefret frequented a small, inconspicuous tavern on the outskirts of the city, a place where servants and common folk gathered, away from the eyes of the palace guards. He tossed a few coins to a stable boy and bid his horse farewell for now as he made his way down the narrow, crowded streets. The tavern was a modest structure, hidden among other, more lavish establishments and pleasure houses in the area. Inside, he was welcomed by the low hum of conversation and the comforting smell of spiced wine. Darius scanned the room, his eyes quickly adjusting to the dim light. He found Nefret sitting at a corner table, her back to the wall, playing a game of cards with another servant. She was a striking woman, her dark hair braided and adorned with small beads, her eyes sharp and perceptive. Her heavy, sweet perfume lingered in the space around her, and she looked up as he approached, recognition flashing in her eyes. "Darius," she said, her deep voice a mix of surprise and curiosity. "It's been a long time." She waved away the other servant, asking for privacy, and then leaned in, her expression serious. "So what brings you back here?" "The Pharaoh is in possession of something he should not have," Darius explained, keeping his voice low. "I must retrieve the Book of the Dead, and you must help me into the palace." Nefret sat back slightly, tapping her chin, but then she nodded. "That book is dangerous indeed, in the hands of a man as cruel as Khafre. Not that it makes any difference to me, but I suppose I do have a debt to repay." Darius lowered his hood, speaking urgently now. "That's why I need your help. You know the layout and the city better than anyone." Nefret considered this for a moment, fidgeting with the bangles on her wrists. She looked around cautiously, making sure nobody was eavesdropping, then spoke. "There is to be a procession tomorrow night for the festival of Opet. The palace will be distracted and the guards will be focused on the celebrations. It is our best chance to slip inside unnoticed." Darius listened intently, nodding slowly. "We will meet here tomorrow at dusk," Nefret explained. "I'll guide you through the servants' passages and into the palace proper. The guards will be fewer in number, but we must still be cautious. After that, you shall be on your own. My debt will be repaid." Darius thanked her, pulled his hood back up, and exited the tavern as quietly as he'd come. The next day, as the sun set over Thebes, the city was transformed by the preparations for the festival of Opet. The streets were decorated with garlands of flowers, and all manner of herbs were lit and burned, their rich scent traveling through the crowds. People gathered in droves, their faces alight with excitement and reverence for the gods. The festival honored Amun, Mut, and Khonsu, and was one of the grandest celebrations in all of Egypt. Darius made his way through the bustling streets, his hood pulled low over his face to blend in with the crowd. He arrived at a narrow alleyway beside the tavern where Nefret had agreed to meet him. She was waiting, her expression serious, despite the festive atmosphere around them. She greeted him, her voice barely above a whisper. "Here, take these." She handed him a bundle of clothes, simple linen garments, typical of a palace servant. Darius quickly changed into the clothes, the rough fabric unfamiliar but necessary for his disguise. He adjusted the belt around his waist and wrapped the scarf around his shoulders. Blending seamlessly into the role of a servant, Nefret nodded in approval. "Follow me," she instructed, looking down the street to check if the coast was clear. "Stay close and keep your head down." They moved through the alleyways and streets, the sounds of the procession growing louder as they approached the palace. The grand parade of priests and musicians made their way to the temple, their chants and music creating a hypnotic rhythm that filled the night air. It was the perfect distraction. They neared the towering walls of the palace, and Nefret led Darius to a small, inconspicuous door, hidden behind a cluster of palms. She produced a key from her robes and quickly unlocked it, motioning for Darius to follow her in. The air inside was cool and still, a chilling difference from the lively sounds of the festival outside. The corridors were narrow and winding, with masterfully carved depictions of ancient deities and scenes of daily life. In the soft glow of the palace torches, the figures seemed to move and breathe, casting an eerie, almost lifelike presence. As they moved deeper into the palace, they passed other servants who were busy with various tasks. One was carefully arranging a tray of golden goblets, each one encrusted with precious stones. Another was sweeping the marble floor, his broom moving rhythmically back and forth. The sounds of their busy work created a symphony of activity that masked Darius and Nefret's movements. At one point, they rounded a corner and nearly collided with a palace guard. The man eyed Darius suspiciously, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Darius did not much look the part of a servant. His tall frame stood straight, and his posture was that of a fighter, not a maid. "Who is this?" the guard demanded, his gaze narrowing. Nefret stepped forward, her demeanor relaxed and confident. "A new servant, assigned to assist me for the festival preparations. The kitchens are overwhelmed, and we need all the help we can get. Now let us be swift to our duties, lest the Pharaoh's anger fall on us all." The guard frowned, but Nefret's unwavering gaze and tone of authority seemed to placate him. "Very well," he muttered, stepping aside. "Be quick about your business." Once they were out of earshot, she turned to Darius. "We're getting close. From here on, you're on your own. The inner sanctum lies ahead, but so does the most danger." Darius nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. "Thank you, Nefret, for everything." She placed a hand on his arm, her expression softening. "Be careful. Khafre is a monstrous man, and his palace is filled with terrors unseen." Darius took a deep breath and pressed on. The grandeur of the palace gave way to a more somber and sacred atmosphere. Statues of gods and pharaohs, initially noble and imposing, began to take on a more ominous tone. The decor grew darker, more ritualistic. The walls were lined with glyphs depicting the afterlife, scenes of judgment and the weighing of souls. The animalistic visuals, mixed with the heavy incense, created an almost suffocating sense of reverence and fear. As Darius approached another corner, he heard the soft murmur of voices. A pair of guards standing at the entrance to a grand hall. He pressed himself against the wall, listening intently. "Did you hear? Another servant claims to have seen a ghost," one guard said, his voice laced with unease. "Superstitious nonsense," the other replied, though he sounded less certain. "Still, I wouldn't want the night watch. Those corridors give me the creeps." Darius waited until their conversation faded, then slipped past them, moving deeper into the palace. The hallways grew darker, the air heavier with the scent of something metallic and faintly sweet, blood. He reached a large, ornate obsidian door, covered in symbols of protection. Try as he might, it wouldn't budge. There was no keyhole or handle even, nothing he could attempt to lockpick. It was nothing more than a stone slab blocking his way. The smell of blood was stronger now, almost nauseatingly so. Realization dawned on him. A sacrifice was needed. He pulled his small, trusty dagger out from his robes. It was a beautiful piece of work, forged of Damascus steel, and its handle was engraved with a prayer. He sliced it gently across his palm, drawing blood from a shallow, light cut. As soon as he held his open palm to the dark stone, smearing it with the blood, the door swung open with a whisper, revealing a chamber bathed in the soft glow of moonlight from a narrow opening in the ceiling. The room was vast, its walls lined with shelves, filled with scrolls and artifacts. The air was thick. In the center of the room, a pedestal held the Book of the Dead. Its cover, crafted from blackened gold and inscribed with runes that seemed to shift and writhe. As Darius approached the pedestal, shadows danced across the surface of the book, and he could hear faint, unsettling whispers emanating from it. His hand trembled slightly as he reached out to take the book, the voices growing louder in his mind. But just as he touched the cool surface, something caught his eye. To the side of the room, half hidden in the shadows, was a desk cluttered with scrolls and writing instruments. It was clearly the pharaoh's personal study. Among the scattered papers, a hastily half-written note drew his attention. He picked it up, reading the pharaoh's elegant yet frantic script. The book, a gateway to the realm of the gods themselves. Power unimaginable, Egypt and all the lands beyond the sea. Darius's eyes widened as he read the note. The true potential of the Book of the Dead was far greater than he had imagined. It was not just a key to immortality, but a conduit to divine power. He realized that such power was too much and too dangerous for anyone to wield, even the serpent's veil. He knew then what he had to do. Carefully, he closed the book and wrapped it in a piece of cloth. As he made his way out of the palace, he vowed to deal with Pharaoh Khafre another time. "Your justice will be met," he whispered to himself. "If not today, then on the fated day." Darius slipped back into the night, the sounds of the festival continuing to echo through the streets of Thebes. He moved swiftly through the shadows, avoiding the main thoroughfares, where the celebrations were in full swing. His destination was the stables. On the outskirts of the city, where his horse was waiting. The stables were quiet, tended by a lone, bored stable boy who didn't even look up. He found his horse, quickly saddled it, and rode at breakneck speed out of the city. As he traveled away from Thebes, Darius contemplated where to hide the Book of the Dead. He needed a place where it would be safe, eternally hidden from those who might seek its power. The journey back to the Brotherhood's stronghold was a long one, and he needed rest. The air was cool and dry, and the stars glittered like diamonds. The landscape shifted from cities and outposts to soft, rolling dunes. He came across an oasis nestled in a small valley. It was surrounded by high cliffs that provided shelter from the harsh desert winds. The oasis was a place of tranquility, a small pool of water surrounded by lush vegetation. It was a pocket of paradise, deep within the heart of the desert. Darius dismounted and led his horse to the water, allowing it to drink as he scouted for a suitable spot to bury the book. He found a patch of wet, soft earth, and he began to dig. Sweat dripped from his brow as he worked, the rhythmic sound of his efforts, the only noise in the still night. Finally, he placed the book deep within the earth, covering it carefully, almost regretfully. He then took a date from his travel pack, removed the pit, and fed the fruit to his horse. With a quiet determination, he planted the date pit in the freshly turned earth, knowing that a new palm tree would grow and guard this sacred secret for all eternity. As the first light of dawn began to break, Darius resumed his journey back to the Serpent's Veil stronghold. When he returned, he faced Horus and the other leaders. The chamber stood solemn, hanging on to his every word. Horus greeted him, his voice carrying the weight of authority. "Brother, what news do you bring?" Darius steadied his heart, meeting his mentor's gaze. "The book was never there," he lied. "It was pure rumor. Perhaps our informant was mistaken." Stories flow like wine through the streets in Thebes. Horus studied him for a moment, his eyes piercing. If he suspected him, he gave nothing away. "So be it. The mission is over." Darius nodded, maintaining his composure. He knew that he had done the right thing, even if it meant deceiving those he trusted. The power of the Book of the Dead would remain hidden, its allure secreted away, so that none may ever fall to its whispers. And that, my dear friends, is where we end tonight's tales. I hope you've enjoyed this enchanting journey through the majestic land of ancient Egypt and the wondrous stories of its pharaohs and gods. May your dreams be as rich and captivating as the ancient lore of Egypt, and your sleep as serene as the gentle flow of the Nile. Until we meet again, let the magic of these timeless stories continue to inspire and enchant you.